Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Horses for the first qualifier, we're ready for you. Bring them out for the first qualifier. One qualifier today. We are ready. You can bring out the horses for the first qualifier. Mic check, 1, 2. Barn area, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check, check, check. Mic check, okay. of getting set in, you know. Starters called for the horses to line up for the first and only qualifier of the day. A field of 7 in this first qualifier, a mixed group of trotters and pacers. The wings have opened. It's a field of 7, the inside 3 on the trot. The 1 is Durango's Adela, Chris Brown driving. The 2 is Lou's Mind Bender, Wyatt Avenetti in the bike. The 3, Booyah Boo, note the driver
change here to Cordarius
Stewart. The 4 horse
is LAW with Brandon Bates. The 5 is Goshen Trail Lou and Jordan Patton. The 6 is Fox Valley Jupiter with Cornelius Cabot. And the 7, completing the field, Gorgeous Willie D and Alan Finn aboard. Here they come, the first and only qualifier of the day. There they go. They're off and pacing and trotting it on a break right after the start. A Goshen Trail Lou did jump it off. A break before the start is Lou's Mind Bender. So the field is heading toward the first turn, and as they corner into that turn, taking the early lead here, that's Fox Valley, Jupiter with the lead of 2. LAW's come away racing in second. That's a Booyah Boo who trots along in the third. 1 from there, then Durango's Adela. A gap of 2 to Gorgeous Willie D, and gap to about 3 after that break. Goshen Trail Lou as they head up the backside. They're being led here by Fox Valley Jupiter and Cornelius Cabot. Opening quarter, 29-2 over the fast track here this afternoon. So they're racing now midway up the backside as they head toward the half-mile mark of Fox Valley Jupiter, continuing to pave the way here. LW remains content in that 2-hole trip. Going along in third, that's a Booyah Boo. As they approach the half-mile mark, racing back in fourth, that's Durango's Adela. A gap of 2 down to Gorgeous Willie D, gapped about 5 lengths now. The trailer, Goshen Trail Lou. So they're headed into the far turn after a half mile put up in a minute. and 1 tick. And as they race into that far turn, it is still Fox Valley Jupiter who's pacing with that lead from LIW, who's right there tracking the leader for Brandon Bates. Now a gap of about 3 lengths here. Booyah Boo not keeping up in third. Dropping back badly, there was Durango Zadella looking to get around that one. Gorgeous Willie D, and still about 5 back. Goshen Trail Lou past 3/4, coming to the top of the lane, and with the lead here, the 3/4 time is up in 1:30.2. Midway down the lane now, holding that lead from drifting out just a little here. That's Fox Valley Jupiter on the outside. Toward the inside now is LIW trying to drive on. It is right now with the lead Goshen Trail Lou. Along the inside, LIW, and then it's back there to Booyah Boo. Deep stretch though, LIW and Fox Valley Jupiter together at the wire. Looked like LIW might have got up in the last stride over Fox Valley Jupiter. Then it was a Booyah Boo, followed by Gorgeous Willie D. Goshen Trail Lou finished 5th, and then it was back next to Durango Zadella and Lou's Mind Bender on the gallop. Winning time coming up to a 1-4. Lone qualifier of the day is in the books. Durango Zadella 6th, Lou's Mind Bender 7th, Booyah Boo 3rd. LIW was your qualifying winner, and Goshen Trail Lou finished 5th. Fox Valley Jupiter 2nd, Gorgeous Willie D wound up 4th. Top down at 6, 7, 3, 1, 5, 2, and 4. Here's the fractions: 29 and 2, the half in a minute and 1/5, 3/4 in 1:30 and 2. And the time in that qualifier, LIW, 2:01 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your attention please. At this time, we ask you to please rise, remove your caps. It's time to honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Suburban Downs at the Quoin State Fair. Let's set the scene for everyone here. Special welcome to all those joining us in attendance here at the track here today. Also a special welcome to those folks joining us via live streaming, all courtesy, of course, of the IHHA and at the company Trot and Pace Marketing putting on the show here for us today. Setting the scene for those that aren't here today, we've got temperatures in the 80s, a bit of a breeze blowing right now. It's a bit of a headwind into the stretch here and a tailwind up the backside. It's around 10 to 15 miles per hour at this time, and as we mentioned, temperatures in the 80s. Track rated fast. We've got 19 race marathon here this afternoon, and we're going to quickly go through some of the changes that we do have at the present time if you want to keep track here. Race number 1 is clear. The second race, that's our featured event of the day, ICF, a 2-year-old Pacers. The purse here, $6,000 in that second race. Scratch number 8, Fox Valley Barbie, sick. Scratch the 8 Fox Valley Barbie from race 2, our featured event of the day. No changes in the third, turn to the fourth. In the fourth race today, scratch number 5, special model. Scratch personal, the 5 special model out of race number 4. No changes in the 5th, 6th, or 7th race. Now turn to the 8th. In the 8th race today, a driver change for number 5, Ashley's Silver Guy. Make the driver Brandon Bates. Brandon Bates will drive number 5, Ashley's Silver Guy in the 8th race. Turn to the 9th. In race 9 today, a driver change for number 2, RK's Captain. Make the driver Marcus Detweiler. Marcus Detweiler now drives number 2, RK's Captain, in race 9. Turn to the 10th. In race 10 today, a driver change for number 4, reserve parking. Make the driver here Brandon Bates. Brandon Bates drives number 4, reserved parking, in race 10. No changes in the 11th or 12th. Now move to race 13. In the 13th race this afternoon, scratch number 5, Skeeter Machine. Scratch the 5, Skeeter Machine personal out of race 13. No changes in races 15, 16, 17, 18, or 19. So we want to thank you for joining us here this afternoon. Special reminder to those folks on the backside, our food truck is brought to us by Quoin. It's Sizemore Concessions. Plenty of food and drink available. You want to stay hydrated today. It's warm enough. Got a bit of a breeze, though, to help us out right now. But once again, Sizemore Concessions are on the grounds. They're in the backside. They're pretty well right across from the race office, and they've got plenty of food and drink available for everyone here today. Thank you, and have a good day. Horses making their way onto the racetrack for the first of 19 races here this afternoon. We're going to kick it off with maiden trotters here in the opener. It's a field of 7. And the field includes the 1, Felicia of Sullivan, owned by Paula and Joel Smith, along with El Romano and Bart Seals. Amanda Van Winkle trains and Joel Smith will drive. The 2 horses, Zamboni, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner, Travis Siekman between the wheels. 3, Luz Cabernet, owned by the Flacco Family Farms. Jill Brown trains, Chris Brown aboard. 4, Best Bet Betting Valor, owned by Shelley Steele. Jerry Hansen's the trainer, Corderia Stewart the driver. 5 is RK's Dictator. Races for MM&D Racing. Stan Swisher trains. Wyatt Avanetti will handle the lines. 6 is Moonface Boy, owned, trained, and reigned by Charles Arthur. And rounding out the field of 7 is Alluring, owned by the Frontier Farms, along with Mike Brink, who also trains Brandon Bates between the wheels. Starter today, Mr. Roy Finn, accompanied by starting gate driver Stacy DeRouse, have called for the trotters to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 maiden trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin State Fair. Race 1 of 19. It's showtime. There they go. Often trotting, Luz Cabernet from the center of the track. Also up on the outside is RK's Dictator. Now hustling up toward the inside comes Zamboni. And Zamboni's going to corner with the early lead. Driving up on the outside, Luz Cabernet off stride. Luz Cabernet jumped it off and has been taken to the outside by Brown. There to the inside now, inheriting the second spot. That is Felicia of Sullivan. RK's Dictator got away third, racing in fourth. That's Moonface Boy. Up on the outside, Alluring's been parked out in the fifth. Toward the inside is Best Bet Betting Valor, and then well back to the breaker. Now pulled up, that is Luz Cabernet. So they're heading up the backside after an opening quarter, 29-2. And as they straighten out onto the backside, that is Travis Siekman and Zamboni on the engine here, leading a length and continuing to be parked out and moving up, Alluring for Bates. There along the inside, it's Felicia of Sullivan going along at the rail in a third. So they're heading toward the half, and all of a sudden Alluring has taken over, and Alluring now has moved into the lead, but got parked for most of the half of a mile there. That has opened up a 2-length advantage now. Back in a second, that is Zamboni as they race into the far turn, the half, 59-3. They're racing midway into that far turn, headed to the 3/4, and all of a sudden Alluring is giving them the slip here and has opened up. She's got a 5-length lead as they approach the 3/4 pole. Alluring continuing to extend that lead here. Up on the outside now, looking to move into second is Best Bet Betting Valor to the inside. There's Zamboni to the outside. It's Felicia of Sullivan. 3/4 time is coming up here in 1:27-3, and it's Alluring continuing to maintain that lead along the inside, trying to drive on Best Bet Betting Valor, but Felicia of Sullivan is now moving into second, and then a late rally on the outside from RK's Dictator, but they're not going to catch her today. Alluring in front to win it. Felicia of Sullivan will be second best, and then it was Best Bet Betting Valor, followed by RK's Dictator. Going to be close for fifth here in a photo. It was either Zamboni or a Moonface Boy. Winning time coming up here for Alluring. How about 157-3? All on gate. Race 1 is in the books. Your winner, number 7, Alluring, a 3-year-old bay filly, a daughter of Cantab Hall, out of a Muscle Hill mare, Her Royal Highness. It's win number 1 in 15 career starts for the 3-year-old Alluring. Bred by Bob and Linda Stewart of Kentucky, Alluring is owned by Mike Brink and the Frontier Farms, trained by Mike Brink, driven to victory by Brandon Bates. Winning time of 1:57.3. That will establish a life mark for Alluring. The official placings from race 1, Felicia of Sullivan 2nd, Zamboni was 5th, Luz Cabernet did not finish. Best Bet Betting Valor was 3rd, Arcade's Dictator wound up 4th, Moonface Boy 6th, Alluring, your race winner. Recheck top down, it's 2, 5, DNF, 3, 4, 6, and 1 on the bottom. For those keeping score, here's the fractions from race 1. Opening quarter 29-2, the half in 59-3. Three-quarter time was 1:27.3. Convincing winner today, Alluring stopped the clock in 1:57.3. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 2. It's our featured event of the day. ICF 2-year-old pacing fillies for a purse of $6,000. In this upcoming second race, scratch the 8, Fox Valley Barbie. All right, barn area, bring them out. Race 2 is up next. Horses have made their way onto the racetrack now for the second race. It's our featured event of the afternoon. $6,000 on the line. It's ICF pacing 2-year-old fillies in this second race. Scratch number 8, Fox Valley Barbie, scratched due to sickness. That's going to leave us with a field of 7, and they include the 1, Val Diona, owned by Marvin Chandler, trained and driven by Charles Arthur. 2 is April Sunlight, IYQ, owned by Milton Greer, Leroy Hunt trains, Jordan Patton in the driver's seat. 3 is Trevor's Red Hot Girl, owned by Donna Krebs along with David Johns and Mike Brink, who also trains, Brandon Bates aboard. The 4, Helly Ray, 1 of 2 from the Thomas Graham Jr. barn. Helly Ray is owned by Shelley Graham, driven by Cordarius Stewart. The 5 is ERM Rose, owned by Doug Bowen along with Troy Markert. Doug Bowen trains, Connor Prather between the wheels. 6 is Wanda Woman, the second of the Tom Graham Jr. trainees. This one also owned by Shelley Graham. Matt Avanetti catch drives. And rounding out the field of 7 is Incredible Coquette, owned by Carla Santos and Elise Rodriguez. Alexander Conte trains. Travis Siekman will handle the lines. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 8, Fox Valley Barbie scratched down to a field of 7 ICF pacing 2-year-old fillies. It's the feature per $6,000. Suburban Downs at the Quoin State Fair. Feature race 2. It's race time. There they go. Often pacing from the very far outside. Incredible Coquette has blasted out of there, but now moving forward to the inside is Trevor's Red Hot Girl. 3 across the track here. In between them, Helly Ray, 3 deep. That is ERM Rose, who's caught 3 deep in middle of the turn. Along the inside, saving all the ground. That's Val Diona. Gap of 2 now. Finding a spot back in 5th. That's Incredible Coquette. There's a gap of 2 to April Sunlight, IYQ. And then a mishap here. Back far there is Wanda Woman. So they've headed past the opening quarter pole, and it is with the early lead here, but not for much longer. On the inside, that is ERM Rose. First quarter, 28-3, but advancing on the outside, Helly Ray. And Helly Ray now looks to cross over and clear before the half. ERM Rose will now track in the 2-hole. Going along, racing in 3rd. That's a Trevor's Red Hot Girl. Brinks and Bates looking to take the first 2 here today. Less than a half a mile to go. That's a Val Diona going along in 4th, and now Incredible Coquette and Siekman are on the go on the outside 5th, only 3 lengths off the lead as they race midway into that far turn. From the outside, Helly Ray hasn't quite cleared and is still caught on the outside. There along the inside is ERM Rose. Incredible Coquette now lurking on the leaders, the half, 58-2, as they race past the 3-quarter pole, and they've just come to the 3 quarters and still a ding-dong battle here on the inside. ERM E.R.M. Rose, Hallie Ray to the outside. Trevor's Red Hot Girl might just need a little racing room. And now looking to come 3 wide. That is now Incredible Coquette. 3/4 time, 1:28.1. We got a horse race on the grandstand side. Incredible Coquette. Trevor's Red Hot Girl trying to come through on the rail, but it's Incredible Coquette now with a short lead. Trevor's Red Hot Girl second best. Deep stretch. Incredible Coquette gonna win the feature today. Finishing the second was Trevor's Red Hot Girl. E.R.M. Rose held third. Might have been Hallie Ray who finished fourth over a late closing Wonder Woman. It was Incredible Coquette. 157.3. Race 2 is in the books, our featured event done for the day. The 7 Incredible Coquette, your race winner. She's a 2-year-old brown filly, a daughter of Jet Airway, out of a Rich's Hanover mare, Fox Valley, Brianna. How about a 7-time winner from 13 career starts in the rookie campaign for Incredible Coquette? Incredible Coquette was bred by Eli Yoder of Missouri, owned by Carla Santos and Elisa Rodriguez, both of Springfield. Trained by Alexander Conte. Driven to victory by Travis Siekman. The official placings from race 2. Val Diona 6th. April Sunlight, IYQ 7th. Trevor's Red Hot Girl wound up 2nd. Hallie Ray finished 4th. E.R.M. Rose was 3rd. Wonder Woman got the nickel. Incredible Coquette, your featured race winner. Scratch due to sickness, Fox Valley Barbie. Rechecking top down at 6-7-2. 4-3-5-1. Scratch on the bottom. The fractions 28-3. Half 58-2. 3/4 and 1, 28-1. And the winning time today for Incredible Coquette was 157.3. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 3. We're ready to roll. Race 3, maidens up next in the third race, a field of 8. You can bring them out. Race 3 up next. This Incredible Coquette, yeah, wow. It's all right. Yeah. Is it? Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the third race. Maidens, a field of 8 lining up in here. They include the 1 Bluebird American, owned by Final Turn, trained by Rob Ridoff. Travis Seekman will drive. The 2 is Bury Me in Georgia, owned by Adrian Adam. Nick Prather trains. Connor Prather in the driver's seat. 3, Keiser Zozie, 1-2 from the Tom Simmons barn. This one owned by the Megan Rogers Racing Stable, driven by Wyatt Avenetti. 4, Bing Bang Boom, owned, trained, and driven by J.J. Carter. The 5 is Nick's MJ, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes. Carol Hayes trains. Cordarius Stewart in the bike. 6 is Give 'em Both Barrels, the second of the Tom Simmons trainee. This one also owned by the Megan Rogers Racing Stable. Brandon Bates, the pilot. 7 is Rock and Roll Playa, owned and trained by Roshan Trigg. 1 Franco will catch drive. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Secret Party, owned by Michael Shivers, Jory Orsini, and Steve Searle, who also trains. Kyle Houston between the wheels. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 maidens, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, race 3. Post time. There they go. Often pacing from the center of the track. Bing, bang, boom, going for that early lead. Hustling up toward the inside, Keiser Zozie. There along the inside, it's Bluebird American. Looking for a spot there on the inside. 4th, Bury Me in Georgia. Trying to squeeze into 5th. That will be Give 'em Both the Barrels. Along the inside next, Rock and Roll Playa to the outside, Secret Party. Early trailer, Nick's MJ. Single file as they head to the opening quarter pole. And they're being led by J.J. Carter. And bing, bang, boom. Just past the quarter with that lead. Right there tracking the lead. leader, Keezer Zozie, but looks anxious, and Keezer Zozie now is going to pull out of that pocket and look to take the lead away and doesn't like the tempo. So it's now Keezer Zozie taking over, and that's going to put Bing Bang Boom in the 2-hole. Opening quarter 29-4 as the field heads down the backside toward the half-mile mark. Keezer Zozie showing the way now from in the 2-hole. Bing Bang Boom. Action in the backfield. Give them both barrels is coming first up. Following the cover, Secret a Party just 2.5 off the lead. Shuffled along the inside now back to 5th, Bluebird American, and then a length and a half to Bury Me in Georgia, followed by Rock and Roll Playa. Not today for Nick's MJ. The half 59-3 as they race into the far turn and head to the 3/4 pole. From the outside now making a big move, Secret Party 3 deep in the turn there as they come to the 3/4 pole, has cleared into the lead and looks to cross over, trying to fight back along the inside. Keezer Zozie had enough today. Give them both barrels, starts to backpedal, and now Bing Bang Boom trying to get into it. They went by the 3/4 and won 28-4 as they come out of the turn and wheel for home. It with the lead here, driving Secret a Party on the inside now coming through. Here's Keezer Zozie right back into the top. Keezer Zozie opening up the lead to 5. Secret Party second best. Keezer Zozie, a convincing winner today. Finishing a second will be Secret Party. Looked like Bing Bang Boom might have been third, and then it's close for 4th and 5th. That was either Give 'em Both Barrels or Bluebird American. Winning time here, it was Keezer Zozie, 156-1. Race 3 is in the books. Your winner, a convincing winner today. Number 3, Keezer Zozie. And Keezer Zozie, a 2-year-old black gelding, a son of Unlocked from the Sportsmaster mare Villar Morgulis. A maiden victory and just the 3rd career start for the 2-year-old Keezer Zozie, a homebred, bred and owned by the Megan Rogers Racing Stable of Chicago, trained by Tom Simmons, nicely driven to victory by Wyatt Avenatti. The winning time of 156-1 will establish a life mark for Keyser Zozie. Here's the official placings from race 3. Bluebird American 4th. Bury Me in Georgia 7th. Keyser Zozie, a race winner. Bing Bang Boom 3rd. Nick's MJ was 8th. Give 'em Both Barrels finished 5th. Rock and Roll Playa 6th. Secret Party wound up 2nd. Recheck top down 4, 7, 1, 3, 8, 5, 6, and 2 on the bottom. The fractions 29 and 4. The half 59 and 3. 3/4 time 128 and 4. Once again establishing a life mark with a maiden victory today. Keyser Zozie 156 and 1. All right, barn area moving along here. Let's bring them out for race 4. We've got condition pacers coming up next. Race 4 in that 4th race coming up. Scratch number 5, special model. Scratch the 5, special model personal out of race 4. Barn area, we're ready. Race 4 up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the fourth race. Condition Pacers lining up in here. Scratch the 5 Special Model Personal. Left with a field of 7 that include the 1 Captain Nate, owned by Jesse DeLong, trained and driven by Richard Finn. 2 Fox Valley Side Job, owned by Jerry Jean and Randy Rigg. Cornelius Cabot trains, Jordan Patton aboard. 3 Dreamin' of Being a Winner. Races for the 3's a crowd stable. Rick Schrock trains, Cordarius Stewart in the driver's seat. 4 Some Hack Somewhere, owned by Gary and Catherine Rath. Gary Rath trains and drives. Scratch the 5 Special Model. 6 is Fox Valley Chuckle, owned by the Fox Valley Standardbreds. Tom Simmons trains, Brandon Bates between the wheels. 7 is Arnado, owned by Amy Richardson. Ray Hanna's the trainer, Matt Avanetti the pilot. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Fox Valley Grit, trained by Nick Prather, owned and driven by Connor Prather. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 5 Special Model, scratch down now to a field of 7. Condition Pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, race 4. Race time. There they go. Often pacing except for the 2. Fox Valley Side Job jumped it off before the start, but is caught back on. Meanwhile, as they race into the first turn, Some Hack Somewhere. Now Fox Valley Chuckle driving on from the far outside, looking for a spot. Fox Valley Grit. There to the inside, that's Captain 8 who got away racing in 4th. Settling into 5th is Dreamin' of Being a Winner. 1 from there racing next is Arnado, and then after the early miscue, gapped about 6 lengths, Fox Valley Side Job. As they approach the opening quarter, Brandon Bates on the motor. He's got Fox Valley Chuckle cutting it. Some Hack Somewhere all over the Bates helmet right now. 1 from there, that's the Fox Valley Grit, who's going along 3rd, 2 lengths off the lead. Opening quarter, 28 and 2. A gap of 2 lengths now to the outside, starting to move up. Dreamin' of Being Great along the inside. Make that Dreamin' of Being a Winner is moving to the outside 4th. Toward the inside, racing in 5th, that's Captain Nate. Now Arnado getting a little more involved, is sitting 6th to the outside. About 5 from the leader, 7 more lengths back to the trailer. Fox Valley Side Job. They're headed past the half. Into that far turn they go. The half-mile time, 56 and 3. How about a 28 and 1 a second quarter as they race into the far turn. Fox Valley Chuckle holding that lead, trying to go back-to-back from Springfield to Quoin, and now all of a sudden the lead is 2. Starting to make up ground now, Dreamin' of Being a Winner, and Cordarius Stewart are on the move now as they pass the 3-quarter pole. Fox Valley Chuckle, Dreamin' of Abino winners looking to close that gap. 3/4, 124-3 as they wheel for home. On the inside with the lead, Fox Valley Chuckle, a Dreamin' Abino winner, is gradually cutting into that lead on the drive to the outside. Dreamin' Abino winner to the inside, Fox Valley Chuckle, one of these two. Fox Valley Chuckle finding a little more. Fox Valley Chuckle gonna win it by 3 parts of a length over Dreamin' Abino winner. That was our Nate who got up for third. Fox Valley Grid fourth. I think Captain Nate is gonna get the nickel. Winning time here, Fox Valley Chuckle, Simmons Abate with a pair, 153-4. Okay, Ron. 28-2. 56-3. 24-3. 53-4 check. Five, 6, 2. 7 scratch. 1, 3, and 4. That's official. The fourth race is in the books. Condition Pacers, the winner, number 6, Fox Valley Chuckle. Fox Valley Chuckle, a 3-year-old bay gelding by some star somewhere, out of an American Ideal mare, laughing once more. Back to back from Springfield to Quoin for Fox Valley Chuckle. Now 3 wins on the year and in the career for the 3-year-old Fox Valley Chuckle. Owned and bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois. A second winner on the day for trainer Tom Simmons. Make it a double on the day for this trainer-driver combination of Tom Simmons and driver Brendan Bates. Here's the official placings from race 4. Captain Nate finished 5th. Fox Valley Side Job 6th. Dreamin' Abino winner 2nd. Some Hack Somewhere 7th. Scratch Personal the 5 special model. Fox Valley Chuckle your race winner. Our NATO wound up 3rd. Fox Valley Grit finished 4th. Recheck top down 5, 6, 2. 7 scratch, 1, 3, and 4 on the bottom. The fractions were 28-2. The half in 56-3. 3/4, 124-3. And the winning time today, Fox Valley Chuckle 153-4. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 5. We've got Condition Fillies and Mares up next. You can bring them out. Race 5, the 5th race, is up next. Horses stepping onto the track now for race 5, condition. Fillies and mares lining up in here, a field of 8. Let's beat this field. The 1 is Miss Sunshine Lady, owned and trained by Pravi Maxwell. Travis Seekman will catch drive. The 2 is Sammy Graham, owned by Shelley Graham, trained by Tom Graham Jr., Matt Evanetti in the driver's seat. 3, See You Somewhere, owned by Bernie and Deb Paul, and Jerry Hansen trains, Cordelia Stewart the pilot. 4 is RK's Farrell Cheryl, owned by MM&D Racing. Roshan Trigg trains. Juan Franco handles the lines. The 5 is What's Up, You Tell Me, owned, trained, and driven by Charles Arthur. 6, Halftime Show, owned by Catherine and Gary Rath, who also trains and drives. 7, Bluebird Bella, owned by Carla Santos. Alexander Conte trains. Jordan Patton in the driver's seat. And rounding out the field, the 8, Bushy, races for the Windy City Farm, trained by Nick Prather. Connor Prather will do the driving. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8. Condition pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 5. Race time. There they go. Often pacing Miss Sunshine Lady from along the rail. Far outside, Bushy trying for the lead. And now between horses comes What's Up, You Tell Me as they corner into that turn. What's Up, You Tell Me just crossed over and cleared into the lead. But continuing to drive on, that's Bushy up on the outside as these two now vie for that early lead. A gap of 2 there, back to Miss Sunshine Lady in third. And getting away in fourth, that's a Sammy Graham. A gap of 2 more back then to See You Somewhere. Similar gap of 2 there to RK's Farrell Cheryl. They're past the opening quarter here. The back 2 markers, Bluebird Bella and Halftime Show. First quarter came up 28-2 as their single file up the backside here. Connor Prather has cleared and Bushy is now controlling the tempo. Charles Arthur now content to yield and take a 2-hole ride here with What's Up, You Tell Me. Miss Sunshine Lady going along, racing in third, just 2 lengths from the leader. Up on the outside now, starting to work it up. See You Somewhere, staying at the rail there. Back in the inside is Sammy Graham. Second over ride here for Bluebird Bella, about 6 off the lead. Then along the inside, gapped a little is RK's Farrell Cheryl. Halftime Show can seal them all. 6 lengths from the leader, the half, 58-1. They're racing into that far turn, headed to the 3/4 pole, and it's Bushy holding that lead a length and a half. See You Somewhere, grinding it out on the outside here. First up for Cordelia Stewart, and now looking to come 3 high, Bluebird Bella. They've passed the 3/4. They're coming to the top of the lane. Bushy trying to seal the deal. Right there, See You Somewhere. 3/4 time, 1:27 flat. And Bushy's under an all-out drive on the very far outside, coming from downtown. Here's Halftime Show with a late rally. Bushy all out. Halftime Show's gaining with each and every stride, but starting to run out of racetrack as they hit the wire. Bushy, I believe, held on to win it by a nose over a very fast closing Halftime Show. Looked like See You Somewhere was third, finishing fourth. I believe that'll be then Bluebird Bella. Fifth could have been Miss Sunshine Lady. How about 156-2? Bushy held on. Race 5 is in the books. Your winner, number 8, Boshi, a 3-year-old bay filly by Some Stars Somewhere. From a Jeremy's Jet mare, Girls, Girls, Girls. 3 wins now in 14 career starts, and that's the second win in the last 3 starts for Boshi. Bred and owned by the Windy City Farm of Illinois. Winning trainer Nick Prather, winning driver Connor Prather. The official placings from race 5, Miss Sunshine Lady was 5th, Sammy Graham 6th, See You Somewhere 3rd, RK Farrell Cheryl 7th, What's Up You Tell Me was 8th, Halftime Show 2nd, Bluebird Bella 4th, Bushi, your race winner. Recheck top down, it's 5, 6, 3, 7, 8, 2, 4, and 1 on the bottom. The fractions 28 and 2. The half in 58 and 1. 3/4 127 flat. And the mile today for Boshi 156 and 2. All right, barn area, bring them out. Race 6, fillies and mares, maidens are lining up here. Race 6, barn area, the 6th race is up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for race 6. Maiden, Fillies and Mayors lining up in here. Got a field of 8 going posts where they include the 1 Tornado Cat, 1 and 2 from the Tom Simmons barn. This one is owned by Ann Schneider and Benita Simmons, driven by Brandon Bates. The 2 Restless Angel, owned by Sean and Noreen Nessa, along with Ernest Sork. Sean Nessa trains, Isaac Love in the driver's seat. 3 is League of Her Own, the second of the Tom Simmons trainees. This one is owned by Benita Simmons, handled by Casey Leonard. The 4, Boca Chica, owned and trained by Mike Brink, Travis Seekman aboard. The 5, May Pearl, owned by Sarah Potts, trained by Steve Searle. Juan Franco handles the lines. 6, Gorgeous Stella, owned by William Weinberger. Alan Finn trains. Wyatt Avanetti will catch drive. 7, Imperfect Circle, races for the Windy City Farm, trained by Nick Prather. Connor Prather aboard. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Midnight Practice, owned by Stephen Malkowski. Donna Holt trains. Kelsey Perrymont does the driving. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8, fillies and mares, maidens all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 6. Post time. There they go. Often pacing, League of Her Own, Tornado Cat, those two. The Tom Simmons trainees are fired it up. Far outside comes In Perfect Circle as they round the first turn. A League of Her Own from between horses. In Perfect Circle with Praylor continuing to drive on. There to the inside now, yielding for the 3 spot. That's Tornado Cat. Racing along in 4th, Restless Angel. A gap of 2 there to Boca Chica. A length and a half then to May Pearl. It's 2 more lengths back. That's Gorgeous Stella, the early trailer. Midnight Practice. Past the quarter, Connor Prather wants the front end, and he's got it now with Imperfect Circle cutting this one. League of Her Own yielded for that 2-hole. The first quarter came up 28-4, but League of Her Own and Casey Leonard do want nothing to do with a 2-hole trip here today, so a League of Her Own going to take over and regain that lead from Imperfect Circle. It's a length and a half back. That's Tornado Cat going along in 3rd, sitting in 4th. That's a Restless Angel as they approach the half-mile mark. Back in 5th, Boca Chica thinking about coming to the outside. Already to the outside is Midnight Practice and Berrymont. There to the inside, nowhere to go now and getting the shuffle here. That's May Pearl, the trailer. Gorgeous Stella, half reach, 58-3. They're racing into the far turn, headed to the 3/4 pole. League of Her Own holding that lead and now extending it to 2.5. Along the inside, In Perfect Circle under urging in 2nd. Looking to gain up on the outside here. That's Boca Chica and getting towed into it nicely now. That is Restless Angel to the outside. They're past the 3/4. That was reached in 1:28 flat as they come out of the turn and kick for home. A League of Her Own holding that lead to 2. On the far outside trying to close ground now. That is the stablemate Tornado Cat. Simmons looking to go 1-2 in here. To the inside is Restless Angel driving on along with Boca Chica, but they're not going to catch League of Her Own to win it by 2. Simmons goes 1-2, finishing 2nd, Tornado Cat. Close for 3rd here. It was either Boca Chica or Restless Angel, and then maybe Midnight Practice might have got the nickel. Winning time coming up, League of Her Own, 156-4. The race 6 is in the books. It's the 3, League of Her Own, your race winner. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Time to Roll. Out of a Bring on the Beach mare riding to the beach. Maiden victory here this afternoon for League of Her Own. A homebred, bred and owned by Benita Simmons of Springfield. A 3rd winner on the day, a training triple on the afternoon so far for trainer Tom Simmons. League of Her Own driven to victory in his first drive of the day, Casey Leonard. Winning time 156-4. will establish a life mark for League of Her Own. Well, here's how they finished in race 6. Tornado Cat from the Simmons Barn was second. Restless Angel third. League of Her Own, your race winner. Boca Chica finished fourth. May Pearl wound up fifth. Gorgeous Stella seventh. Imperfect Circle wound up eighth. Midnight Practice sixth. Recheck, top down, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 6 on the bottom. The fractions were 28 and 4. The half, 58 and 3. 3/4 at 128. And the winning time establishing a mark here with the victory today. League of Her Own, 156 and 4. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 7. Race 7 is up next, and we're shifting gears. We're going to move to the trot for a start. Race 7, we're on the trot here with high condition trotters coming up. Race 7, barn area, is up next. Also, don't forget, racing fans, we do have a food truck here on the grounds provided by Quoin. It's Sizemore Concessions. Sizemore Concessions are on the grounds here today with plenty of food and drink. Once again, a special thanks to the IHHA for sponsoring the live streaming of our races here today. And once again, the live streaming put on by the company Trot and Pace of Marketing, which once again does and every week does a great, great job. That's Trot and Pace of Marketing with our live streaming here this afternoon.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for race 7, moving to the trot for a race. These are high-condition trotters in here, non-winners of $25,000. Field of 8 lining up in here that include the one, Don't Call Me Angel, owned by Paula Smith, along with James Runyon and Matt Wayan. Amanda Van Winkle trains. Joel Smith will handle the lines. 2, Frontier Duke, races for Jackson Lloyd, trained by Richard Finn. Brandon Bates catch drives. 3, Deja Frau, owned by Lonnie Keith, trained and driven by Cornelius Cavett. 4 is TV's Tia Wind, owned, trained, and driven by Jerome Daniels. The 5 is Instructor Bob, owned by Benita Simmons, handled by Tom Simmons. The pilot is Casey Leonard. 6 is Blazing Star, owned by Sean Butler, trained by Roshan Trigg, Corderia Stewart in the sulky. 7 is Winning T-Bone, owned by Linda Allhands, Jamaica Patton trains, Travis Seekman between the wheels. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Goldie's Louise, owned by the Flacco family farms, along with Roshan Trigg. Jamal Denson's the trainer, Juan Franco the pilot. Starters called for the trotters to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 8 high-end condition trotters all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 7. Race time. There they go. Often trotting Instructor Bob from the center of the track. The one who made a break before the start was Goldie's Louise as they trot on into that first turn. A Frontier Duke along the rail, but driving up now between horses. That is their racing up Deja Frau, and out there widest of all now, that is Instructor Bob, and Instructor Bob is now going to win the early battle here and look to clear into the lead. That'll be Deja Frau yielding for the 2-hole, getting away third Frontier Duke, 1 from there, Don't Call Me Angel, a gap of 2 to Blazing Star, it's 2.5 to TV's Tio Win, and then it's back there to Winning T-Bone, and after the early miscue, a gap of about 8 or 9 lengths to the trailer, that's Goldie's Louise, as they head up the backside and march down toward the quarter. Opening quarter came up 28-4, and it's Casey Leonard teaming up here with Instructor Bob on the motor. That is Deja Frau, content to track in a second. Still on hold there, racing along in third. That's a Frontier Duke as they approach the half-mile mark. Now Joel Smith pulled on the right line. He's got Don't Call Me Angel trotting up on the outside, and Blazing Star is immediately looking to pick up the cover, but is gapped right now. They're past the half. That was reached 59-3. They're racing into the far turn. On the inside, a short lead here for Instructor Bob. That's Don't Call Me Angel, put it in a challenge. They're along the inside, a nice two-hole trip today for Deja Frau. A second override, just 2.5 from the lead is Blazing Star. Now gapped about 6 lengths back. That's winning T-Bone. They're past 3/4. They're coming to the top of the lane. Instructor Bob Simmons looking to add to his totals today, and Instructor Bob is looking for 3 in a row. They're coming out of the turn, 3/4, 129-3, and Instructor Bob holds a short lead. Don't Call Me Angel appears to be all out in second as these two fight to the finish. On the far outside, Deja Frau trying to make a race of it. Don't Call Me Angel. Instructor Bob under a drive. Instructor Bob and Deja Frau. Instructor Bob gonna hold on to win it. Finishing second, Deja Frau. It looked like it was Blazing Star who got up for third. Making a break through the wire was Don't Call Me Angel. And then TV's Tia Win. 2 minutes flat. It was Instructor Bob. Race 7 is in the books. Your race winner, number 5, Instructor Bob, now 3 wins in a row. A couple at Springfield and then here at Quoin today. Instructor Bob, a 3-time winner in 9 career starts. Instructor Bob is a 2-year-old bay gelding by Don't Let 'Em out of the Big Stick Lindy mare, Infinity Stick. Bred by Levon Slaybaugh of Indiana. Instructor Bob has owned another winner today for the owner, Bonita Simmons of Springfield. How about 4 winners on the day? 4 wins on the day for trainer Tom Simmons. Instructor Bob driven to victory. That's back-to-back winners on the day for driver Casey Leonard. That time, 2 minutes flat, will also establish a new life mark for Instructor Bob. The official placings from race 7, and Don't Call Me Angel, 3rd place 4th for a lapped-on break at the wire. Frontier Duke finished 7th. Deja Frau second. TV's Tia Wynn was fifth. Instructor Bob, your race winner. Blazing Star, fourth, placed third. Winning T-Bone sixth. And Goldie's Louise wound up eighth. Recheck top down, it's 3P4, 7, 2, 5, 1, 4P3, 6, and 8 on the bottom. The fractions were 28 and 4, the half 59 and 3, 3/4 at 129 and 3. Once again, it's a new life best here today for Instructor Bob, 2 minutes flat. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 8. Race 8 is up next. Condition Pacers coming up here in race 8. Do have a driver change on the 5, Ashley Silver Guy. Make that driver Brandon Bates. Barn area, race 8. The 8th race is next. Horses stepping onto the track now for race 8. Condition Pacers lining up in here. We've got a field of 6. The field includes the 1 Peace Prize, owned by Chupp Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chupp, Juan Franco between the wheels. The 2 horses, Mason Blazin, owned by Don Laufenberg, and Terry Leonard trains. Casey Leonard looking for a natural hat trick with 3 in a row. 3 is Ernie the Moose, owned by Catherine and Gary Rath, who also trains and drives. 4, Art Tyler Town, owned by Bernie and Deb Paul, along with Shelley Steele. Jerry Hansen's the trainer, Cordelia Stewart the driver. 5, Ashley's Silver Guy, owned by Carol Cox, trained by Mike Rogers. Note the driver change here this afternoon to Brandon Bates. Brandon Bates now drives the 5, Ashley's Silver Guy. And rounding out the field of 6 is, as always, owned by Cameron Roberts. Matt McKenzie's the trainer, Travis Siekman the driver. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 6 Condition Pacers, all on gate. Suburban Downs up to Quoin, race 8. Race time. There we go. Off and on pacing from the inside, Peace Prize. From the outside, trying to drive out of there, are Tyler Town. Also forwardly placed comes Amazin' Blazin' as they corner into that turn. From the inside, Peace Prize. Amazin' Blazin' continuing to drive up on the outside. There is a spot to land into second, and now Amazin' Blazin' is going to take that seat. Back in third, our Tyler Town found it opening in third. A length and a half to the old-timer Ernie the Moose, who's going along racing in fourth, currently 6 off the lead. 1 from there then, that's As Always, and 2 to Ashley Silver Guy. They went by that opening quarter. It's coming up here as they straighten out on the backside. 27-2. A quick opening quarter here. That is Peace Prize and Juan Franco winging on that lead. That leads 2.5. Amazin' Blazin', the closest pursuer right now. Gapped about 4 lengths. That's our Tyler Town third. It's another 2 to Ernie the Moose in the fourth. Then a length and a half to As Always. The trailer continues to be Ashley Silver Guy. They're past the half strung out field of 6 here. Half, how about 55-1 as they race into the far turn. A pretty quick tempo here set by, that is Peace Prize. Look at it bottom out the field here. All of a sudden the lead's 4. Amazin' Blazin' in the second, and Tyler Town's getting a little bit closer now in third for Cardarius Stewart, and now he angles that one to the outside. It's 3 more back then to Ernie the Moose, who's still got about 7 or 8 lengths to make up. They're past the 3/4. 123-3. Peace Prize. Can this one seal the deal? That lead is about 2. In second now, that is our Tyler Town trying to close that gap on his last breath here. That is Peace Prize clinging to the lead. Here's our Tyler Town benefiting from the outside, but he hasn't gone by yet. Peace Prize, our Tyler Town hitting the wire. Tight on the wire. That could go either way. Peace Prize or our Tyler Town. Heck of a finish right there. Then I believe it might be Ernie the Moose over Ashley Silver Guy, and it was close for 5th. Hold everything here. Photo coming up. It was either Peace Prize or our Tyler Town. Winning time, 154. Indeed, a close one in race 8, and it shows that it's a dead heat for the win between the 1 Piece Prize and the 4, our Tyler Town. A dead heat for the win between the 1 Piece Prize and the 4, our Tyler Town. 4-5 check official. Race 8 is in the books. A co-winner, the 1 Piece Prize, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Real Desire. Out of the Western Terre Peace. It's the 3rd win in 16 starts this year, 8 lifetime victories overall. Piece Prize, bred by Ed Teefee of Illinois, owned by the Chupp Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chupp, and driven to victory by Juan Ferenco. Also, the other co-winner of race 8 today, number 4, our Tyler Town. Our Tyler Town's a 4-year-old roan gelding by Ideal Town out of a Broadway Express mare, Shawnee Rivendell. It's the 1st win in 15 starts this year and the 3rd lifetime victory for our Tyler Town. Homebred, bred and owned by Bernie Paul and Deb Paul. Also co-owned by Shelley Steele of Illinois. Winning trainer Jerry Hansen. Winning driver Cordarius Stewart. The official placings from race 8, Piece Prize 1st in the dead heat. Mason Blazin 6th. Ernie the Moose 3rd. Our Tyler Town 1st in a dead heat. Ashley Silver Guy 4th. As always, wound up 5th. Recheck top down, 1 dead heat. 6, 3, 1 dead heat, 4, and 5 on the bottom. The fractions were 27 and 2, the half 55 and 1, 3/4 123 and 3. Winning time today here for the dead heat winners 154 flat. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 9. The 9th race now is up next. We're on the pace. Condition pacers coming up. Bring them out. Race 9 up next. Horses stepping onto the track now for the 9th race. Once again, condition pacers lining up in here. Noted driver change on the 2. Arcade's captain make that driver Marcus Detweiler. Here's the field of 6. They include the 1, Hey Freaky, owned by the Freaky Luck stable, trained and driven by Tyler Stevens Clemens. 2 is Arcade's captain, owned by MM&D Racing, trained by Stan Swisher. Note that driver change to Marcus Detweiler. 3, Dash Around, owned by Clark Fairley, M. Fairley, and Elizabeth Fairley. Clark Fairley is the trainer, Kyle Houston the driver. 4, Revelry, races for Jackson Lloyd, trained and driven by Richard Finn. The 5 is Stellar BB, owned by Edward Thomas, Roshan Trigg trains, Juan Franco aboard. And rounding out the field, the 6, Koa, owned by Chupp Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chupp, Brandon Bates in the bike. Exactly, yeah. I'm going to go with Cole. I'm going to stick with it. Yeah, I'm going to stick with it. If she's calling it, then I'm good. I'm with her. I called it Cole last time, and I think it was whoever was there around last time asked a question about it. The announcer makes the final decision on that one again. Unless I get word from the trainer or owner, then I make a correction. Stunner Roy Finn has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 6 condition pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 9, post time. There they go. Often pacing off to a good start here. 3 or 4 levers in here as they head on into that first turn from the far outside. Driving out of there, Koa. Also moving up now in between horses. Dash around. There to the inside. Hey, Fariki. That is getting away, racing in 4th. Arcade's a captain as they head toward the opening quarter. Racing back in 5th. That's a Revelry, the early trailer. That is a Stellar BB. Approaching the opening quarter now and clearing into the lead. That's a Koa and Brandon Bates on the motor. Two-hole ride here for Dash Around, but doesn't want that two-hole ride any longer. Husted going to pull on the right line and take the lead away. First quarter came up 28-3. So as they race toward the half-mile pole, midway up the backside here at the Quoin, that is a Dash Around. And Kyle Houston now cutting this one out. Koa content with that two-hole trip. This field of 6 single file right now as they hit the half. Racing in third, Hey for Ricky. Arcade's captain in fourth. Revelry sits in fifth, 5 from the lead. The trailer who can see them all, Stellar BP. They went by the half, 58 seconds flat as they head toward the far turn. It is with the lead here, a Dash Around, looking for the second win of the season, leading it a length. Now there's action in the backfield. Moving to the outside, that's Arcade's captain for Detweiler. They're along the inside, getting the two-hole trip. That's a Koa. A second over ride now for Revelry as they pass the three-quarter pole. They've paired up here, 2 in and 3 in and 3 out, coming out of the three quarters. 127-1. Heads are turning for home. It's wide open from the outside now, driving into that lead. It is that is now Arcade's captain, a short lead. Far outside, Revelry coming on. Down along the inside, trying to come through Koa, but it is Revelry who's moving away. Revelry gonna win it. 4-horse photo finish here for second, third, fourth, and for fifth. That was either between Koa, Dash Around, also their Arcade's captain, and then, Hey Freaky. No doubt about the winner, Revelry going away to win it. Winning time here, 155-3. Race 9 is in the books. Your winner, number 4, Revelry, is a 9-year-old bay, son of Captain Treacherous. Out of the Western Ideal mare, Platinum Hanover. Second win of the season, 29th lifetime victory for Revelry. Bred by the Hanover Shoe Farms of PA. Revelry is owned by Jackson Loy of Illinois, trained and driven to victory by Richard Finn. The official placings from race 9A, Freaky 4th, Arcase Captain wound up 5th, Dash Around 3rd, Revelry, your race winner. Stellar BB was 6th, Koa finished 2nd. Recheck top down, 4, 5, 3, 1, 6, and 2 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 28 and 3, the half 58 seconds flat, 3/4 time in 1:27 and 1, and the winning time today, Revelry stopped the clock in 1:55 and 3. All right, barn area moving along, bring them out for race 10. Once again, condition pacers coming up. Race 10, it's a field of 6. Note the driver change on number 4, reserve parking. Make the driver Brandon Bates. Brandon Bates drives the 4 reserve parking in the upcoming 10th race. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for race 10. Once again, condition pacers lining up here in race 10. Note that driver change on the 4 reserve parking, make the driver Brandon Bates. A field of 6 that include the 1 Coppertine, owned, trained, and driven by Cordelia Stewart. 2, Day of Legends, owned by Bob and Diane McCabe. Bob McCabe trains, Wyatt Avanetti between the wheels. 3, He's a Renegade, owned by MM&D Racing. Stan Swisher trains, Jordan Patton in the bike. 4, Reserved Parking, owned by Justin and Jackson Robertson. Mike Rogers trains. Note the driver change to Brandon Bates. Brandon Bates now steers the 4 Reserved Parking. 5, Bella's First Moose, owned by Kathy and Gary Rath. Gary Rath trains and drives. And the 6 is Sleazy and In Charge, owned by the Angle Stable of Illinois, trained by Nelson Willis. Juan Franco looked for a second winner today. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. Half a dozen condition pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin. Race 10, race time. There they go. Often pacing, reserve parking from the center of the track has left. Far outside, Sleazy and In Charge as they corner into the turn. Coppertine is there along the fence as they round the turn. Reserve parking from between horses now gets an early lead. Here's Sleazy and In Charge, and Franco continuing to drive on the outside. There, filling up a hole is Coppertine in the third. A length and a half away. Day of Legends got away in the fourth. It's a gap of 2 here then. Racing next, that is He's a Renegade, and it is Bella's First Moose, the early trailer, as they head up the backside with an opening quarter here, 28-4, and that is with the early lead here, Sleazy and In Charge. Looking to back it down a little now as they approach the half. Juan Franco just took a peek over his shoulder. He sees that Cordelia Stewart and Coppertine are coming early right now, but they're only still a length and a half away as they head to the half-mile mark here. That's Sleazy and In Charge with the lead, and now stuck first up on the outside. That's Coppertine along the inside there, racing in third, and now getting a little bit shuffle back. That on the inside, that is reserve of parking. They're past the half, reached in 58-1, so they'll pick the tempo up from here as they head into the far turn now. And from the outside, Coppertine has stuck a neck in up front, but Sleazy and In Charge is not done with yet as these two now go battle to battle here as it's about a 3-length gap now to Day of Legends. Then reserve parking to the outside. He's a Renegade and Bella's First Moose. Out of the turn they come, and it is from the outside. Coppertine taking a short lead here. 3/4 time, 1:26-1. Coppertine's been out a long way. Sleazy and In Charge is looking to come back off the canvas. Sleazy and In Charge now under an all-out drive has regained the lead from a Coppertine deep stretch. Sleazy and In Charge is going to win it by a half in the end. Finishing the second, Coppertine. Reserve parking up for third. Bella's First Moose fourth. Looks like He's a Renegade wound up with the nickel. Hill. Franco with a double today. Sleazy and In Charge. Final time, 155 and 1. Race 10 is in the books. Your race winner, number 6, Sleazy and In Charge. Sleazy and In Charge, a 3-year-old bay gelding by some star somewhere. From the Sportsmaster mare, Sleazy Babe. It's win number 2 on the year, 3rd lifetime victory, none faster than this one here this afternoon for Sleazy and In Charge. Sleazy and In Charge, a homebred, bred and owned by the Engel Stables of Illinois, trained by Nelson Willis, driven to victory. That's a double on the day for driver Juan Franco. Winning time 155 and 1 by almost 2 full seconds. That's a brand new life mark for Sleazy and In Charge. Here's the official placings from race 10. Copper Teen 2nd, Day of Legends 6th. He's a Renegade wound up with the nickel. Reserve Parking 3rd. Bella's First Moose 4th. Sleazy and In Charge, your race winner. Recheck top down 2, 6, 5, 3, 4, and 1 on the bottom. The fractions were 28 and 4. The half 58 and 1. 3/4 time in 126 and 1. Once again, a new life best for Sleazy and In Charge, 155 and 1. All right, barn area, moving along. You can bring them out for race 11. Once again, condition event, this time fillies and mares, field 06, bring them out. Race 11, barn area, is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 11th race. Condition, fillies and mares lining up here. They include the one, All I Need's a Miracle, owned and trained by David Mosley. Juan Franco looking for a third winner today. The two horses, West Alexis, owned by Adam Hawthorne, trained by Tom Simmons, looking for a fifth training victory on the day. Brandon Bates looks for his third winner. 3 is Lavender Haze, owned by Daryl Tilford, trained by Jamaica Patton. Travis Seekman looks for the double. 4, Rockin' Arlene, owned and trained by Wayne Brown. Cordelia Stewart looks for a double. The 5 is Hole in the Bottle, owned by the Chupp Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chupp. Wyatt Avenetti looks for his second winner of the day. And rounding out the field, the 6, Jimmy Lai, owned by the Blackfoot Farms, trained by Terry Leonard. Casey Leonard looking for his third winner of the day. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 6, condition, fillies and mares, all on gate. It's Suburban Downs at the Quoin, the 11th race. Post time. There they go. Often pacing off to a good start here as they head to the turn from the inside with the rail advantage. All I Need's a Miracle's going to get the early lead. There along the inside comes West Alexa, continuing to drive on the outside. That is Rockin' Arlene now looking to squeeze into third and will. That's in front of Lavender Haze. Hole in the Bottle came away in a fifth, and from the outside post, Jimmy Lai can see them all. Single file as they approach the opening quarter. Juan Franco looking for a third winner today. All I Need's a Miracle right there tracking the leader. A Big Ticket Bates also looking for a third winner today. He's going to pick that 2-hole trip up here with West Alexis. Opening quarter, medium 28 and 3. One from there, Rockin' Arlene going along in third. Now the first to make a move is Hole in the Bottle for Avenetti, about 4 lengths from the lead, and he's going at first alone right now. There to the inside is Lavender Haze. Jimmy Lai continues to see them all, about 7 from the lead, just past the half-mile mark. All I Need's a Miracle continuing to pave the way, tracking in that 2-hole trip. West Alexa gradually cutting into the lead now. Hole in the Bottle on the outside, still about 2.5 from the lead. Half reach, 58 and 2, and got a breather there as they race toward the 3/4 pole. That is All I Need's a Miracle, looking to go all the way. West Alexis is still patiently waiting in second. Now stalled to the outside is Hole in the Bottle. There to the inside comes Rockin' Arlene. Nothing happening in the backfield. 3 more back to Jimmy Lai and further back to Lavender Haze. They went by the 3/4, 126 and 4. Out of the turn and headed for home. West Alexis now pulling out of the pocket like a slingshot and has taken the lead away. West Alexis now in front. Up on the outside, that's Hole in the Bottle. And Jimmy Lai with a late rally, but in deep straight, Bates has got his third winner today. West Alexis, him and Simmons click again. Looks like it was Hole in the Bottle. Might have edged out Jimmy Lai for second. second, and then back in fourth. There could have been Rockin' Arlene, and then it was All I Need's a Miracle. Bates and Simmons again. Winning time coming up, 156. Race 11 is in the books, and it's the 2 West Alexis scoring out of the pocket. Off the bench here after about a 5-month layoff. West Alexis scores a 3-year-old bay filly by Lather Up out of the American Ideal mare, Upper Hand. It's the second win in the career of West Alexis, the fastest of those two. West Alexis, bred by Odds On Noir of Florida, owned by Adam Hawthorne of Louisiana. How about a 5th winner from 13 starters so far today for trainer Tom Simmons? He's alive for 5. West Alexis driven to victory. Here's a triple on the day for driver Brandon Bates. The time of 1:56 flat, a brand new life best for West Alexis. Here's how they finished in the 11th race. All I Need's a Miracle 4th. West Alexis, your race winner. Lavender Haze 6th. Rockin' Arlene finished 5th. Hole in the Bottle was 2nd. Jimmy Lai wound up with the show dough. Recheck top down, 4, 1, 6, 5, 2, and 3 on the bottom. The fractions 28 and 3. The half 58 and 2. Three-quarter time 126 and 4. Once again, a new life mark. West Alexis 156 flat. All right, barn area once again. Condition fillies and mares on the pace here. Race 12. The 12th race is up next. You can bring them out. Race 12 up next. Horses stepping onto the track now for the 12th race. Condition fillies and mares in here with a half a dozen lining up. They include the one Ashley's Little Angel, owned by the Flacco Farms, along with Roshan Trigg, who also trains, and he has two in here. This one will be driven by Juan Franco. 2 Robintino, owned by Cole Prather. Nick Prather's the trainer, Wyatt Avanetti the pilot. 3 Miss Larry, owned by Lester Detweiler, along with MM&D Racing. Stan Swisher trains Jordan Patton in the bike. The 4 Minnesota Mini, owned by Gary and Catherine Rath. Gary Rath trains and reigns. 5 is Seaside Striker, the second of the Roshan Trigg entry, owned by Charles Hurst Jr., driven by Casey Leonard. And rounding out the field, 6, Rockin' Fay, owned and trained by Wayne Brown and Cordelia Stewart aboard. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. Half a dozen conditioned fillies and mares all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin. Race 12. Race time. There they go. Off and Hawthorne pacing from the far outside. Rockin' Fay going for the lead. Now toward the inside comes Robin Tino, forwardly placed as well. That's a Miss Larry. There along the rail comes. That's Ashley's Little Angel. Back along the inside, 5th Minnesota Mini. Early trailer, Seaside Striker, as they head toward the opening quarter pole. That is Robin Tino, who's emerged with the early lead in the 2-hole trip. Ashley's Little Angel settling into 3rd there. That's a Miss Larry. Back to 4th after the early lead. That's a Rockin' Fay looking to extend her winning streak. They're past the opening quarter. 29 seconds flat. A sensible opening quarter here as they march down the backside here at the Quoin today. Going to the half-mile pole. Wyatt Avanetti teaming up with Robin Tino. They're on the chute here today. A 2-hole ride. That is for Ashley's Little Angel. 1 of 2 for Roshan Trigan here as they approach the half-mile mark. Now to the outside comes Rockin' Fay. Going to start her journey up with Cordelia Stewart. They're only 2 off the lead. First up, there to the inside, staying at the rail in 4th, Miss Larry. Now that's Gary Rath tipping to the outside, looking to pick up a second over trip for Minnesota Mini. It's still 2 more back to Seaside Striker, the half, 59-1. They're racing midway through the far turn, and Robin Tino is the one to come after. Up on the outside, Rockin' Fay has stalled somewhat. There to the inside, now gapping along the inside, Ashley's Little Angel. Minnesota Mini's got some work to do. 4 from the lead. They're now past the 3/4 pole. 127-2 as they come out of the turn and head for home. Here's Robin Tino looking to seal the deal. And now angling to the outside. Once again, Rockin' Fay. She doesn't want to be denied of that winning streak, but Robin Tino's digging in. Robin Tino and Rockin' Fay. Robin Tino is gonna win it from Rockin' Fay. Looks like it was Minnesota Mini who got the show, though. Seaside Striker came on to be 4th, finishing 5th. Miss Larry, Robin Tino, and Avanetti. Winning time coming up right here, right now. 1:55-2. Race 12 is in the books, and going from gate to wire, it's the 2, Robin Tino. Robin Tino is a 3-year-old bay filly, a daughter of Valentino, out of a Party at Arts Place mare, Mocking Robin. This is the 2nd win of the season, 6th lifetime victory for Robin Tino. Bred by Kathy Finn Knitz of Illinois, trained by Nick Prather. That's a 2nd winner on the day for trainer Nick Prather. Robin Tino is owned by Cole Prather. Driven to victory. That's a double on the day for driver Wyatt Avanetti. The time 1:55-2 by 4/5 of a second. That's a brand new life mark for Robin Tino. Here's how they finish in race 12. Ashley's Little Angel wound up 6th. Robin Tino, your race winner. Miss Larry finished 5th. Minnesota Mini 3rd. Seaside Streaker finished 4th. And Rockin' Fay wound up 2nd. Rechecking top down, 6, 1, 5, 3, 4, and 2 on the bottom. The fractions, 29 flat. The half, 59-1. 3/4 in 127-2. Once again, winning time, life best for Robin Tino, 155-2. All right, race 13 is up next. We've got a scratch in the upcoming 13th race. Scratch personal, the 5, Skeeter Machine. Skeeter Machine's out of race 13. Once again, it's condition, fillies and mares on the pace. Race 13, barn area, bring them out. Race 13, we're left with a field of 5.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 13th race. Once again, condition. Fillies and mares lining up on the pace. Scratched the 5. Skeeter Machine scratched Personal. Left with a field of 5 that include the 1, JM's Determination, owned by Loretta Jones. Cordelia Stewart trains and reigns. 2 is Can't Stay Too Long. Races for Charles Hurst Jr., 1 of 2 for Roshan Trigan here, who trains. Casey Leonard, the pilot. 3, Frontier Fantasy, owned by Linda Allhands. Jamaica Patton trains. Brandon Bates will catch drive. The 4, Don't Invite Me In, owned and trained by Orion Phillips. Richard Finn aboard, scratch the 5. And rounding out the field of 6 is Arcades Tony, completing the Roshan Trigg duo. This one's owned by MM&D Racing along with Roshan Trigg, driven by Juan Franco. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 5, Skeeter Machine scratched down now to a field of 5. Fillies and mare pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, race 13. Post time. There they go. Often pacing quickly off the wings. Don't Invite Me In has crossed over quickly before the turn and has taken the early lead. So Don't Invite Me In coming away with the early lead. Landing in the pocket, Can't Stay Too Long. They're mid-pack in this field of 5. Racing now Can't Stay Too Long. Doesn't want that 2-hole because the pace slowed. And now it'll be Casey Leonard and Can't Stay Too Long overtaking the lead. And now wanting the 2-hole trip here. That is in a second. That is going along. There is Don't Invite Me In. Racing along in a third, that's JM's Determination. A gap of 2 then to Frontier Fantasy, who got away for the early trailer. That's Arcades Tony. Opening quarter just 30-1. And as they head down the backside toward the half-mile pole, Can't Stay Too Long continues to show the way. Don't Invite Me In is content with that 2-hole trip as they head toward the half. Still mid-pack in the field of 5. That is JM's Determination. A length and a half back to Frontier Fantasy. No one yet to commit. Less than a half a mile to go. The trailer continues to be Arcades Tony as they head toward the far turn. The half came up in just a slow pokey a minute and 3/5. They're midway into the far turn, and now Richard Finn going to pull on the right line, and he's looking to slingshot right out of the 2-hole here, and that is Don't Invite Me In, who's taking the lead away. No resistance there from Can't Stay Too Long. Now JM's Determination and Stewart are on the move just past past the three-quarter pole. Don't Invite Me In. Richard Finn looking for the double today. Leads it coming out of the turn and headed for home. In the second, that is there along the inside, JM's Determination. They pass three quarters, 129 and 3. Midway down the lane, here comes JM's Determination now, has Calder the leader. Back to second is Don't Invite Me In. Late rally here coming from Arcades Tony. It is JM's Determination to win it. Finishing second, Don't Invite Me In. Arcades Tony got up for the show, though, and then I believe it might have been Frontier Fantasy fourth. Fifth, Can't Stay Too Long. Winning time coming up. How about 157 and 4? It was JM's Determination. Race 13 is in the books, and it's the one, JM's Determination, your race winner. And she's a 5-year-old brown mare by Real Desire. Out of a Taller's Torpedo mare, Perfect Lori. It's the third win of the season, 5th lifetime victory for JM's Determination. Bred by Charles Jones of Illinois. Races for Loretta Jones, trained and driven to victory. A second winner on the day for driver Cordarius Stewart. The official placings from race 13, JM's Determination, your race winner, and Can't Stay Too Long, finished 5th. Frontier Fantasy 4th. Don't Invite Me In was 2nd. Scratch Personal Skeeter Machine, Arcades Tony, 3rd. Reject, top down, 1, 5, 4, 2, scratch, and 3 on the bottom. The fractions, 30 and 1. The half in a minute and 3/5. 3/4 in 129 and 3. And the mile with a 28 and 1 last quarter here. JM's Determination. Stop the clock, 157 and 4. All right, we're going to move to the trot now. Shift gears, and we've got conditioned trotters coming up in race 14. You can bring them out, barn area. We're shifting gears. We're moving to the trot. Race 14, conditioned trotters up next. Trotters stepped onto the track now for race 14. Conditioned trotters in here. Half a dozen lining up, including 2 from the Steve Searle barn. The one, Lose Amazon, owned by the Flacco family farms, trained by Steve Searle, Brandon Bates in the bike. 2 is Lose Night Vision, also owned by the Flacco family farms, trained by Steve Searle, Travis Seekman in the driver's seat. 3 is Deacon David, owned by Ernest Sork, along with Sean and Noreen Nessa. Sean Nessa's the trainer, Isaac Love the pilot. 4 is TV's Cosmac, owned by David Williams, along with Jerome Daniels, who also trains and reigns. 5 is Lady True Grit, owned by Carolyn Wiley and Michael Perrin. Nick Prather, the trainer, Connor Prather, the pilot. And rounding out the field of 6 is Lose Magnum, owned by the Flacco family farms. This one trained by Jill Brown. Chris Brown does the driving. Starter Roy Fitt, accompanied by starting gate driver Stacy DeRose, have called for the Trotters to line up. Gates rolling. Field of 6, conditioned trotters all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, the 14th of 19. It's race time. There they go. Often trotting except for the 2. Lose Night Vision jumped it off just before the start. Meanwhile, as they trot to the first turn, Lose Amazon along the inside. Here comes from the outside now, driving out of there. That's Lady True Grit. And Lady True Grit get a trot on into the early lead. That'll be Lose Amazon coming away, racing in second. Upon the outside, looking to land into third. That is TV's Cosmac for Jerome Daniels. One from there, racing in fourth, Deacon David. Fifth, that's Lose Magnum, well back, but now back to trotting, Lose Night Vision. They're past the quarter, heading up the backside, and that is Connor Prather in the bike, and Lady True Grit put up an opening quarter, 29 seconds to flat, stretching the legs today. It opens up a 2-length advantage here over Lose Amazon, who continues to track in a second and gets a little closer as they approach the half-mile mark. Now a gap of about 5, maybe 6 lengths here to TV's Cosmac in a third. It's another 2.5 back to Deacon David, another 2 to Lose Magnum, and far back to Lose Night Vision. Well strung out here off a half, 57 seconds flat. They didn't slow it down, they quickened it up here. A 28 flat second panel as they race into the far turn. Trainer Nick Prather looking for a third winner today, with his son Connor Prather looking for 2, and they've got Lady True Grit on a mission here this afternoon. That lead is almost 3 now. That's Lose Amazon starting to lose a little contact, and it's at least 10 lengths back now. That on the outside trying to move up, Deacon David. They went by the 3/4, 1:25 and 2. Out of the turn and headed for home, and it is Lady True Grit still holding holding that deal. Just needs to find the wire. It's a 3-length lead. Over in second is Lose Amazon. Lady True Grit. Lose Amazon. The wire's coming, and it'll be another winner for trainer Nick Prather. Lady True Grit gonna win by 4 in the end over Lose Amazon. Looks like it was Deacon David who got up for the Shodo over TV's Cosmac. Picking up the nickel will be Lose Magnum. Lady True Grit. How about 155 and 2? Race 14 is in the books. Your gate to wire winner, the 5, Lady True Grit. Lady True Grit, a 4-year-old bay mare by Lindy's True Grit. Out of a vaporized mare, Lady Mizzou. It's the first win of the year and now 9 lifetime wins from 18 lifetime starts. Lady True Grit, bred and owned by Carolyn Wiley along with Michael Perrin. Winning trainer, that's a triple on the afternoon for trainer Nick Prather. Lady True Grit, driven to victory, that's a double on the day for driver Connor Prather. Note the time of 155 and 2 by a tick. That is a new life mark for Lady True Grit. Here's how they finished in the 14th. Lose Amazon 2nd. Lose Night Vision 6th. Deacon David wound up 3rd. TV's Cosmac 4th. Lady True Grit, your race winner. Lose Magnum wound up 5th. Recheck top down 2, 6, 3, 4, 1, and 5 on the bottom. The fractions from race 14, first quarter 29, the half 57. 3 quarters at 125 and 2. Once again, a life best for Lady True Grit today, 155 and 2. All right, barn area moving along here. Race 15 is up next. Once again, conditioned trotters are coming to the track, a field of 6. You can bring them out, barn area. Race 15 up next. Mic check barn area. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check for the barn area. Testing 1, 2. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Testing for the barn area sound. Trotters making their way onto the racetrack now for the 15th race. Once again, these are conditioned trotters lining up, a half a dozen here. They include the one Dijoma, owned by Lonnie Keith, trained by Cornelius Cabot. Jordan Patton will handle the lines. True, 2 is True Fortune, owned by Milton Greer, trained by Leroy Hunt, Matt Avanetti between the wheels. The 3 is Luz Avalon, owned by the Flacco family farm. Steve Searle trains, Wyatt Avanetti in the bike. The 4, Lou Bedino, 1 of 2 for Jill Brown. This one owned by the Flacco family farms. Chris Brown will drive. 5, Tank Meet at Dennyland, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner. Travis Siekman between the wheels. And rounding out the field, the 2nd of the Jill Brown trainees is Zena Lou, also owned by the Flacco family farms. Jill Brown will drive. Starters called for the Trotters to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 6 conditioned trotters all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, 15th race. Post time. There they go. Often trotting off to a good start here. 5 of them going to trot out of there. And as they head toward the turn, coming away with the lead, that's True of Fortune. An early lead here as they corner into the turn. A Tank Mita Dennyland intent on getting to the top and is being pushed up on the outside. And Tank Mita Dennyland being used, though, has cleared into the lead. That is True Fortune, who came away with the pocket. Sitting there in third, that's Luz Avalon. One from there, DeJoma settled into fourth. Gap of 2.5 lengths to Lou Badino, the trailer Zena Lou, as they head up the backside after a first quarter. It's a solid 28 seconds flat. Tank Mita Dennyland continues to control the tempo here over True Fortune in the second. One from there, that is Luz Avalon trotting along in third. It's DeJoma going along in fourth, and then it's back to the Jill Brown trainees of Lou Badino and Zena Lou. They're approaching the half-mile mark, and it is with the lead here. Tank Mita Dennyland. Seekman looking for another winner today, leading the way into that far turn. Right there, True Fortune tracks that. A leader still on hold in third is Luz Avalon. They went by the half, 57-4, a 29-4 second quarter as they trot through the far turn, heading toward the three-quarter pole. It is still Tank Mita Dennyland holding that lead, looking for a second win of the season. That lead is almost 2 here as they pass the three-quarter pole. Along the inside, True Fortune holding a second. Up on the outside now, Luz Avalon trying to make up some ground as they come spinning out of the turn. Three-quarter time, 1:27-2. Down the lane they come, and that's Tank Mita Dennyland in a drive holding the lead. Up on the outside, Luz Avalon trying to close the gap. Far outside, DeJoma trying to make a race of it. Tank Mita Dennyland digging in for the wire. Tank Mita Dennyland gonna win it from Luz Avalon a second. Looked like DeJoma was third. True Fortune fourth. I believe Lou Badino got the nickel. It was Tank Mita Dennyland. Seekman with a double today. Winning time coming up. How about 1:57? Race 15 is in the books, and it is the 5, Tank Mita Dennyland, your race winner. Tank Mita Dennyland, a 5-year-old brown gelding by Cassis out of the Broadway Hall mare Pilgrim's Stunner. It's the second win of the year. How about 14 lifetime wins for Tank Mita Dennyland? Bred by the University of Illinois, Tank Mita Dennyland is owned and trained by Dennis Gardner. And driven to victory, that's a double on the day for driver Travis Seekman. The official placings from race 15, DeJoma third, and True Fortune fourth. Luz Avalon second. Lou Badino wound up with the nickel. Tank Mita Dennyland, your race winner. Zena Lou was sixth. Recheck top down, it's 3, 4, 2, 5, 1, and 6 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 28 flat. The half, 57-4. And 3/4 and 1:27-2. And the winning time today for Tank Mita Dennyland, 1:57 flat. All right, barn area, let's bring them out for race 16. High-end condition trotters coming up in here. We've got a field of 7 condition trotters, race 16. You can bring them out, barn area. The race 16 is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for race 16, high-end condition trotters. Lining up here a field of 7. They include the 1, Lose Raptor. A 1 and 2 from the Jill Brown barn. This one owned by the Flacco Family Farms. Brandon Bates will drive. 2, Rain and Shine, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes. Carol Hayes trains and Corderia Stewart, the driver. 3 is Rock Party, 1 and 2 from the Merv Chup barn, owned by the Chup Racing Stable. Juan Franco handles the lines. 4, Easter Jack, owned by Kyle Houston along with John Schwartz, trained and driven by Kyle Houston. The 5 is Jimmy Jackpot, owned by Glenn Bauman along with Benita Simmons. Tom Simmons, the trainer, looking for a 6-pack on the day. Casey Leonard will drive. 6 is Lose Mandalorian, the second of the Jill Brown trainees. This one also owned by the Flacco Family Farms. Chris Brown will do the driving. And rounding out the field, the 7, Dirty Money, the second of the Merv Chup trainees. This one owned by Farron Miller. Wyatt Avanetti handles the lines. Starters called for the horses until line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 7 conditioned trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 16 of 19. Post time. There they go. Often trotting Rock a Party toward the inside. Alongside comes Easter Jack. Those two going to fight for that early lead. Up from the outside comes Lose Mandalorian. They're along the inside. Rain and Shine got away, trotting into 4th. Sitting in 5th, Jimmy Jackpot. Up on the outside, Dirty Money to the inside. Lose Raptor, the early trailer. As they head toward the opening quarter pole, Houston is cleared with Easter Jack now on the top. That's a Rock a Party who had to yield for the 2-hole. A length and a half away. Lose Mandalorian is going to look it over from 3rd. There is a gap of about 2.5 lengths back in 4th to Rain and Shine. That opening quarter solid, 28 and 3. So they're racing up the backside toward the half, and the tempo seems to have slowed, and it is Easter Jack and Kyle Houston in the bike with that lead. It's a 2-hole ride here this afternoon for Rock a Party and Juan Franco. Sitting along in 3rd, that's still Lose Mandalorian. Now there's action in the backfield. Coming to the outside, Jimmy Jackpot. Along the inside, Rain and Shine. Up on the outside now, moving up. That's a Dirty Money with cover. And now Lose Raptor's the trailer, but only about 6 off the lead. The half, 59 seconds flat. A 30-2 second quarter breather. Field is bunching up into the far turn, but meanwhile it is still Easter Jack looking to go back-to-back from Springfield to the Quoin, holding that lead. And it is Easter Jack with the lead, a length and a half. Rock a Party in second, trying to stay in touch with the leader. To the outside, Jimmy Jackpot has a stall, and then to the outside racing next, that's a Dirty Money. They went by 3/4, 1:28.1 as they turn for home. Easter Jack looks solid. That lead has opened up to 2.5 now. A Dirty Money coming with a late rally to the inside. That's Rock Party, but Easter Jack coming back to Illinois will be 2 for 2. Easter Jack, your winner. It was a Rock Party who was second over Dirty Money third. Looked like Jimmy Jackpot might have been fourth. Close for fifth. Could have been Lose Raptor. That was Easter Jack. Back to back. 155 and 3. Race 16 is in the books. Your race winner, the 4, Easter Jack. Easter Jack goes back-to-back from Springfield to Quoin. Easter Jack, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Dover Dan. Out of the SJ's Caviar Mare, Speedy Edie. Bred by Christopher Nisley of Indiana, Easter Jack now chalked up his 12th win of the season, 17th lifetime victory. Easter Jack is owned by John Schwartz of Illinois, along with Kyle Houston, who's the winning trainer and driver. The official placings from race 16, Lose Raptor finished 5th, Rain and Shine 6th, Rock Party 2nd. Easter Jack, your race winner. Jimmy Jackpot wound up 4th, Lose Mandalorian 7th, Dirty Money wound up with a show dough. Rechecking top down 5, 6, 2. 1, 4, 7, and 3 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 28 and 3, half 59, 3/4 128 and 1, and the winning time today for Easter Jack was 155 and 3. All right, barn area, come on out for race 17. The 17th race is up next. We've got Condition Pacers on board. It's a field of 8, race 17 up next. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, also to our viewing audience, the live streaming audience joining us via Trot and Pace Marketing, I want to remind everyone that it'll be on Wednesday and Thursday. That's next week, harness racing at Springfield, and it'll be on Wednesday and Thursday, 12 o'clock Central Standard Time will be the start. So stay tuned for that Wednesday and Thursday of next week, racing in Springfield. At this time, we want to thank the track crew and the grounds crew for all their work they've done for us hosting these races here this afternoon. Special thanks to Tina Schrock for doing everything that she's done, which is everything. Also, a special thanks to all of our harness racing officials before we close out the day. Special thanks to all of those folks, and a special thanks once again to Trot and Pace Marketing. Of course, they've been sponsored by the IHHA throughout the entire season here with their sponsoring of the live streaming. Horses stepping onto the track now for race 17. Conditioned pacers out on the track with a field of 8 in here. And they include the 1, Legal Liar, owned by Chubb Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chubb. Cordarius Stewart does the driving. 2, Fox Valley Steeler, 1 of 3 from the Tom Simmons barn. He's looking for 6. This one is owned by Benita Simmons and Ann Schneider, driven by Wyatt Avanetti. 3, Free Art, the second of the 3 Simmons trainees. This Free Art's owned by Benita Simmons, handled by Brandon Bates. 4, Fox Valley Gemini, owned by Jim Ballinger, trained by Terry Leonard, Casey Leonard in the driver's seat. The 5 is Skyway Goliath, owned by Ernest Sork along with Noreen and Sean Nessa. Sean trains and Isaac Love will drive. 6, Captain Caramel, completing the trio of the Tom Simmons trainees. This one races for Jim Ballinger, Kyle Houston aboard. 7, Fox Valley Boxer, owned by Final Turn along with Mark Winship. Rob Ridoff trains. Travis Siekman will catch drive. And rounding out the field, the 8 is I Understand, owned and trained by Kevin Miller. Matt Avanetti in the driver's seat. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A contentious group of 8 conditioned pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at Quoin, race 17. Race time. There they go. Often pacing Fox Valley Gemini, Free Art toward the inside. Alongside from the outside comes Skyway Goliath. Those 3 going to go for the early lead. Fox Valley Gemini now reaching for that lead from Free Art along the inside. Skyway Goliath with the early lead looks to land in the 3rd. Up on the outside, Captain Caramel looking for a hole at the fence. Did find one in 4th. Racing in 5th, that's a Legal Liar. Then a gap of 2 to Fox Valley. Steeler there going along next as they head past the opening quarter pole. roll. Then it's back there to Foxavelli. Boxer and I understand can see them all. That first quarter came up 28 seconds flat, and there's movement up the backside here. Popping the pocket. Here's Free Art now looking to take over and going to put Fox Valley Gemini now in the 2-hole. That is Skyway Goliath, who goes along racing in third. Captain Caramel with Houston in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of 2 then to Cordarius Stewart. Legal Liar sitting fifth as they just passed the half, heading into that far turn. Free Art looking for 4 wins in a row. 2 of them already here at Quoin, heading into the far turn with that lead for Bates. He's looking for the Grand Slam here today. Now Isaac Love pulled on the right line, and now moving to the outside. Skyway Goliath the half, 56-3, 28-3 in that second panel. But Free Art is there with that lead. It's almost a length and a half now from Fox Valley. Gemini, the old timer, on the outside, stalled now first up. That is Skyway Goliath. That's got Houston now tipping off the cover here 3 high with Captain Caramel. 3-quarter time came up 1:24-4, a 28-1 third quarter, and Free Art and Bates are going to work now. That lead is still 2 though. Fox Valley Gemini second, Captain Caramel the far outside. Free Art loves the coin. Free Art moving away now. Free Art wins again. It is Fox Valley Gemini who was second. Looked like maybe Captain Caramel third, and then it's wide open for fourth and fifth. Free Art and Bates and Simmons. What a combination today. Winning time here, 1:53-1. Race 17 is in the books. Your race winner, the 3, Free Art. Free Art, a 4-year-old bay gelding by American Ideal. Out of an artificial mare, Dragon Lady Art. 4 wins in a row, 3 of them right here at the Quoin for Free Art, and now a 5-time winner this year, 9 lifetime victories overall. Free Art was bred by Bob Key of PA, the late Bob Key. Owned by Benita Simmons, her 3rd winner of the day as an owner. How about 6 winners, half a dozen on the day from 13 starters on the card for trainer Tom Simmons. Brandon Bates leading the driver derby. That's a grand slam on the day for Brandon Big Ticket Bates. The official placings from race 17, Legal Liar wound up 6th. Fox Valley Steeler 8th. Free Art, your race winner. Fox Valley Gemini 2nd. Skyway Goliath wound up 4th. Captain Caramel 3rd. Fox Valley Boxer finished 5th. I Understand was 7th. Recheck top down 6, 8, 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, and 7 on the bottom. The fractions 28 flat, half 56 and 3. Quarters in 124 and 4, and the winning time today for Free Art, 4 in a row, 153 and 1. All right, barn area, just 2 to go on this Marathon 19 race card. You can bring them out for race 18. The 18th race is up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 18th race. High-end condition pacers lining up in here. It's a field of 7. And they include the 1, Soul on Fire. 1 of 2 from the Merv Chup Barn. And this one is owned by Nancy and Don Musalami along with Chup Racing Stable. Merv Chup trains and Travis Seekman will drive. The 2, Fox Valley Silent, owned by the Fox Valley Standardbreds, trained by Tom Simmons. KC Leonard does the driving. 3, Marcotta, the second of the Merv Chup trainees. This one is owned by Jim and Terry Blackman. Brandon Bates looks for his 5th winner today. 4, Rock On Big Star, owned by Jerry Blount, trained by Nick Prather. He's looking for a 4th training victory today. Connor Prather aboard. 5, Mr. Ain't Goin', owned, trained, and reined by Cordarius Stewart. 6, That's the Star, owned by Tom Longwinger, Jamaica Patton Drains. Juan Franco will catch drive. And completing the field of 7 is Captain's Express, owned by Ernest Sork along with Noreen and Sean Nessa. Michael Brown is the trainer and Wyatt Avanetti the pilot. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 7 condition pacers, all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, race 18. Post time. There they go. Often pacing from the far outside, the gray Captain's Express has got it fired up and crosses over right there from the far outside. So it's the gray Captain's Express coming away with the early speed, good early gate speed. Opens up by 2 here. Marcotta came away second. Rock On Big Stars caught on the outside, looking to drive on now. There to the inside, a hole has developed. That's Soul on Fire racing there in the 4th. So now Connor Prather will put that is Rock On Big Star in the spot there third. Past the quarter, heading up the backside. Captain's Express is showing the way. That is a Marcotta in the 2-hole. Going along in third is Rock On Big Star. 2 then to Soul on Fire. Followed there by Fox Valley Silent as they race toward the half-mile mark. Mr. Ain't going right now. Back in 6th, 7th. That's the Star. The opening quarter was 28-3 as they head toward the half now. Captain's Express rolling along with the lead. Marcotta content with that two-hole ride. Now Fox Valley Silent and Casey Leonard are working it first up, and now they're threatening the leader. They went by the half, 58 seconds flat as they race into the far turn. Captain's Express on the turn has a lead of a long neck here. That is Casey Leonard and Fox Valley Silent with the Tom Simmons trainee right there threatening that leader. Towed into it nicely now. Mr. Angolan is sitting second over, just a length and a half from the lead. Nowhere to go for Marcotta, and then two more back to Rock on Big Star. Three-quarter time, 1:26 and 3. Coming out of the turn and wheeling for home. Here comes Fox Valley Silent. Why not? Tom Simmons has got a leader here on the outside. Mr. Angolan now shaking loose. Is Marcotta coming very fast? Late. Driving on the lead, though. It will be Fox Valley Silent to win it. Might have been Captain's Express who re-rallied to be second over Marcotta. Mr. Angolan finished fourth. Looked like it might have been Soul on Fire who got the nickel. Fox Valley Silent. Tom Simmons with multiple winners today. Casey Leonard with another driving victory. Winning time coming up. How about 1:54? Race 18 is in the books, and it's the two Fox Valley Silent coming home a winner today. That's 3 in a row for Fox Valley Silent. Fox Valley Silent, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Time to Roll out of an Art Major mare in a Whisper. As we mentioned, 3 wins in a row. How about 5 on the year and in the career of Fox Valley Silent? Here's another winner today for the breeder owner of the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois. Lucky 7 for trainer Tom Simmons. 13 starters in all, and he's got 7 winners under his hat here today. Driven to victory. How about a triple on the afternoon for driver Casey Leonard? Well, here's how they finished in race 18. Soul on Fire got the nickel. Fox Valley Silent, your race winner. Marcotta, the show doe. Rock on Big Star, 7th. Mr. Angolan finished 4th. That's the Star, 6th. Captain's Express was 2nd. Recheck top down, 5-1-3. 7-4, 6, and 2 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 28 and 3. The half, 58 flat. 3/4, 1:26 and 3. And the winning time today for Fox Valley Silent, just a second, 1 second off of his mark, 1:54 flat. Well, turn the page, and here's the one everybody's looking for. Race 19. The 19th and final race has arrived. Condition fillies and mares on the pace, a field of 8. Barn area, bring them out. The 19th and final race up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Ladies and gentlemen, horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 19th and final race of the afternoon. Condition fillies and mares lining up in here, a field of 8. They will include the 1, Fox Valley Lava, owned by Kevin and Alan Miller, along with Lester Detweiler. And Kevin Miller trains, and Brandon Bates is alive for 5. The 2 is Roam by Design, owned by Francis Marcolini. Leslie Miller trains. Juan Franco looks for a 3rd winner. 3, Fox Valley Tessa, owned by Houston Racing, John Schwartz Jr., Mr. W. Rig and S. Rig. Kyle Houston trains and drives. 4, Resilience, owned by Casey Williams, trained by Tom Simmons, looking for an 8th win on the day. Casey Leonard looks for his 4th of the afternoon. The 5 is Fox Valley Groupie, owned by Bob, Chaz, and Hart Walker, along with Jim Ballinger. Bob Walker trains. Travis Seekman looks for his 3rd winner of the day. 6 is My Daddy's Revenge, owned by Lori Searle, along with Mike Brink, who also trains and reigns. 7, Fox Valley My Girl, owned and trained by Charles Arthur. Corderia Stewart looks for the hat trick. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Hype Your Bestie Up, owned by Cedric Daniels, along with Jamaica Patton, who trains. Wyatt Evanetti is also looking for a 3rd winner today. For the final time today, starter Roy Finn, accompanied by driver Stacy DeRose, has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8, condition fillies and mares, all on gate. Suburban Downs at the Quoin, 19th and final race. Race time. There they go. Often pacing, good start here. Far outside, trying to get out of there. Hype Your Bestie Up, but now quickly up from between horses. Driving out of there, Fox Valley Groupie. And Fox Valley Groupie corners with that lead. But here's Hype Your Bestie Up, continuing to drive on. There to the inside, Fox Valley Lava got away 3rd. Roam by Design has landed in the 4th. Sitting in 5th, Fox Valley Tessa. Caught on the outside, Fox Valley My Girl. To the inside, Resilience. The early trailer, My Daddy's Revenge. Just past the opening quarter, and as they head up the backside, Wyatt Evanetti and Hype Your Bestie Up are on the front end after an opening quarter of 28-3, but now popping in the pocket here, and that's Fox Valley Groupie retaking that lead, but also on the move now, that's Fox Valley Lava, and Fox Valley Lava now going to take over and going for 4 wins in a row as they head toward the half in the finale today here at the Quoin. That's Fox Valley Lava with the lead, but pressure coming now in the form of Fox Valley My Girl, threatening up on the outside first up. We've got 4 in and 4 out in the finale. Locked in along the inside, that's Fox Valley Tessa, who's now 2nd over. Toward the inside is Fox Valley Groupie with nowhere to go right now. They went by the half in 58-2 as they head toward the 3/4 pole. Along the inside, clinging to a short lead of Fox Valley Lava, right there grinding it out, Corderia Stewart and Fox Valley My Girl. And now Houston is looking to come off the cover, and he's coming 3 high here with Fox Valley Tessa. As they come to the top line, they're homeward bound in the finale, and it is still Fox Valley Lava, base alive for 5, but they're threatening. Here on the grandstand side comes Fox Valley Tessa. In between them, Fox Valley Groupie. 3 of them going to come to the wire together, and from the outside, it is Fox Valley Tessa to win the finale. Finishing 2nd, Fox Valley Groupie, then Fox Valley Lava. It was close for 4th and 5th. In that photo will be Hype Your Bestie Up, along with possibly on the outside there, Corderia Stewart, and that would have been then Fox Valley My Girl. Here comes the winning time for Fox Valley Tessa. How about 154-2? We'll have a 3/4 time for you shortly. Your attention, barn area, we need to have a saddle pad return. We're missing the 3 and 6. Please return the numbers 3 and 6 saddle pad to the appropriate area, please. Once again, we're looking for saddle pads number 3 and 6. Please return to the race office. Race 19 is in the books, and your race winner of the 3, Fox Valley Tessa, a 4-year-old bay mare, a daughter of Time to Roll from the Art Major mare. She's the bomb. Back-to-back from Springfield to Quoin for Fox Valley Tessa, now a 6-time winner this year and 11 lifetime victories. Fox Valley Tessa bred by another winner for the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois. Fox Valley Tessa is owned by W&S Rig along with John Schwartz Jr. and Houston Racing. Trained and driven to victory. It's a double on the day for trainer-driver Kyle Houston. Here's the official placings from the finale. Fox Valley Lava 3rd. Roma Design was 8th. Fox Valley Tessa, your race winner. Resilience wound up 4th. Fox Valley Groupie 2nd. My Daddy's Revenge finished 7th. Fox Valley My Girl 5th. Hype Your Bestie Up 6th. Recheck Top Down 3, 8, 1, 4, 2, 7, 5, and 6 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 28 and 3. The half, 58 and 2. Here's the three-quarter time we missed. It's 126 and 3. 126 and 3 for the three quarters. And the winning time today, Fox Valley Tessa, 154 and 2. Well, that's going to wrap up a 19-race marathon here at Quoin this afternoon. Another reminder that the Illinois Harness Racing meet will move to Springfield next week, and it's on Wednesday and Thursday of next week. Once again, 12 o'clock Central Standard Time, Wednesday and Thursday, scheduled racing at Springfield this coming week. Want to thank all of the horsemen and women for their support. Special thank you to all of our harness racing officials, each and every one of you who put in the hard day today and made today a very successful afternoon. On behalf of everyone here at Quoin, this is track announcer Rick Uppel saying thank you and good night.